You're watching MHS. Sit back, sub, and enjoy scary stories.
The story began late one night on a quiet street near South Station in Boston. After her company party ended late, Mia decided to call a taxi to go home alone. Normally, she didn't drink alcohol, but tonight she was so happy about a big project win that she had a few drinks. Mia got into the taxi, feeling a little tipsy. She got in, tried to stay focused, and gave the address for her apartment complex in Cambridge. As the car started to move, the driver didn't leave right away. He hesitated and asked Mia if he could pick up one more passenger. Mia then noticed a woman standing near the driver's door, talking to him. The woman said she was also headed in the direction of Cambridge. Thinking that riding with another woman would be safer than being alone, Mia agreed. The woman happily thanked them. She immediately got into the car, introduced herself as Clara, and started chatting with Mia. Clara asked questions and then exclaimed in surprise that she also lived at 910 Memorial Drive. Clara chatted happily, saying it must be fate, and commented that the apartment complex they both lived in was an ideal place to live. "You're coming back from a company party, right? Did you drink a lot?" "Me too. I'm coming back from a party for a wine company. I had quite a bit to drink, being a wine company. Plus, I really like to drink." Mia nodded at Clara's story and didn't say anything more. She was trying very hard to fight off the dizziness. Usually when sharing a taxi, people stay quiet because they feel awkward, but Clara talked nonstop, maybe because she was drunk. "You drive so smoothly. Can I know your name?" After just a few seconds of silence, Clara started talking to the driver. He paused a moment, then introduced himself as Roy. But right at that moment, through the rearview mirror, Mia suddenly caught a glimpse of Roy's cold and stiff expression. A strange feeling suddenly appeared. She started watching Roy more closely, asking herself, am I the only one who thinks he's weird, or does Clara notice too? Mia suddenly remembered a news report she'd recently watched. It was about a case where a taxi driver stopped at a gas station, went into the convenience store to buy a weapon, and then drove to a secluded spot and attacked a passenger. The case was shocking because the driver hadn't shown any unusual signs throughout his shift and had no clear motive. Fear crept in. Mia leaned slightly forward, intending to check the driver's picture and information. Just as Mia was about to look closely at the driver's picture and information, Clara suddenly turned her head and asked, "Are you okay? Do you need anything?" Seeing Mia jump slightly and look a bit uncomfortable, Clara quickly apologized for talking too much. "I've been a little inconsiderate, haven't I? I'll be quiet for a bit." She gave a small laugh, but her expression was now stiff and unnatural, which made Mia more confused than reassured. The atmosphere in the car became heavy and strange. Right then, Roy glanced at Clara through the rearview mirror, and Clara also looked back at Roy, as if they were exchanging a secret signal. A thought flashed through Mia's mind. She said the same address. That's too much of a coincidence. Did she know I would be catching a cab here? Or was this all staged from the beginning? And why does the driver have such a cold look in his eyes? He doesn't look like someone in the service industry. He looks like he's waiting for his chance. Mia suddenly recalled another detail from a different case. In that one, the rideshare passenger turned out to be the driver's accomplice. A sense of immediate danger surged through her. "Driver, please let me out at the rest stop up ahead. I'm not feeling well. I'll pay for the distance we've gone." Clara's voice was completely different now, as if she was signaling something. The driver didn't answer, only nodded as if he understood the information. The car stopped at a roadside rest area. Both Mia and the driver got out of the car at the same time. Mia watched Clara walk into the convenience store, while the driver told Mia to please wait a moment and headed toward the restroom. The rest stop was empty, making Mia feel even more frantic, and her heart began to pound. A strong urge told her not to stay. Mia suddenly saw another taxi parked on the side with its driver standing next to it. Without hesitation, Mia left the taxi fare money and quickly ran to the new taxi. She briefly told the new driver about the strange situation she had just experienced. The driver listened very closely with a serious expression, then nodded and said he would call the police right away. They both got into the car and quickly drove away. As the taxi started to leave, Mia looked back. The first driver was running after them, yelling something and looking angry. Mia gripped the armrest tightly, believing her intuition had been right. She had truly escaped something very dangerous. The next morning, the first news story on Boston's television channels reported on a shocking murder case. The victim was a young woman who took a taxi alone late at night. The cruel truth was slowly revealed as the police investigated. The first driver, named Roy, was just a new driver, stressed and nervous during his first night shift. The cold expression Mia saw in the rearview mirror was only due to his anxiety and lack of experience. Clara, the woman who rode with Mia, was simply a drunk, talkative girl. The fact that she also lived at 910 Memorial Drive was a real coincidence, not a conspiracy. The driver Mia thought was her savior was actually Franklin Hayes, a wanted criminal who was impersonating a taxi driver. In the restroom at the rest stop, Roy had recognized Frank from a wanted poster. He was trying to run after them, shouting to warn and save Mia. But Mia, fueled by fear, suspicion, and the alcohol, had misunderstood everything. She had put herself into the car of the real killer. This story leaves a painful lesson. If you are a woman taking a taxi alone, especially at night, always text or call someone you know before getting in. Let them know where you are going, the license plate number, and the driver's name. Stay in contact throughout the ride or share your live location through an app. Vigilance is necessary, but having precautionary measures prepared is the key to staying safe. Never let yourself become the person who disappears into the night without anyone knowing.
This is a true story from when I was 19 years old. I have an older sister named Rebecca who is 3 years older than me. We used to go to the AMC theater downtown all the time to catch movies. Even though we were very close, our tastes were completely different. My sister loved romantic comedies, while I was obsessed with action movies and horror films. Because of that, we usually picked different movies and just agreed to meet up afterward. It was a freezing weekend night in December, but we decided to go to an 11 p.m. showing anyway. As usual, we went into our separate theaters and planned to meet in the first floor lobby once our movies were over. My movie ended about 20 minutes early, so I headed down to the lobby to wait. The theater was almost empty at that hour. There were just a few employees scattered around cleaning up, and most of the other customers had already left. Before long, I was the only person left in the massive lobby. The setting was familiar, but it started to feel a bit eerie. The long rows of red velvet seats looked strange under the dim fluorescent lights. To be honest, I started to feel a little uneasy. It was probably a mix of the cold weather and the creepy scenes I had just watched in my movie. To calm my nerves, I put on my headphones and started scrolling through social media on my phone. After a while, my neck started to ache from looking down for so long. When I finally looked up, my heart jumped. There was a man sitting in the row of seats directly across from me, staring right at me. He looked to be about 30 years old and was wearing a dark jacket. He didn't blink. He just kept his eyes locked on me with a terrifying level of focus. At first, I tried to tell myself I was just being sensitive. I started to look back down at my phone, but my gut was screaming that something was wrong. I took a quick, secret glance back up, and he still hadn't moved his eyes. This wasn't just a stranger glancing at me in public. This was intentional. At that point, All my survival instincts kicked in. I decided to stand up, acting as calm as possible, and moved to a different seating area near the ticket counter where I saw an employee cleaning. I figured I would be safer where someone could see me. But the moment I sat down and pulled out my phone to text my sister, the elevator doors nearby opened with a soft ding. The same man stepped out. Once again, he sat down in a chair directly across from me. He sat in the exact same pose as before and began staring at me again. He didn't say a word. He didn't make a single gesture. His gaze and that heavy silence were suffocating. Every personal safety lesson I had ever learned in school started ringing in my head. My intuition told me I was in real danger. I turned around to ask for help, but the cleaning employee was gone. I hit a point of pure panic. It was just me and him in that lobby. Without hesitating, I bolted for the emergency exit. As soon as I pushed the door open and started running down the stairs, I heard the door slam behind me, followed by the sound of heavy, fast footsteps chasing after me. There was no doubt anymore. He was coming for me. My skin crawled, and cold sweat poured down my back. I ran blindly, my heart hammering in my chest. The sound of his footsteps echoed loudly in the enclosed space of the concrete stairwell. Finally, I reached the first-floor exit, shoved the door open, and burst out into the parking lot behind the theater. I didn't dare look back. I kept running toward the main street where the streetlights were bright and there were cars driving by. Luckily, there was a 7-Eleven right next to the theater. I dashed inside like I had found a literal life raft. The guy working the counter looked at me, totally startled. He asked if I was okay, but I couldn't even speak. I was gasping for air, and I immediately turned around to look out the glass front doors. Thank God I didn't see anyone on the sidewalk outside. There were just a few cars passing by. I started to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking I had finally lost him. But just as I was about to explain everything to the clerk, I froze in total shock. I caught a movement outside, at the far right corner of the store. I looked closer and saw the man. He was standing right against the outside window, half of his body hidden in the shadows of the alleyway. Only half of his face was visible. His eyes were still burning into me, unblinking and completely emotionless. I let out a sharp scream and backed away, my hands and legs shaking uncontrollably. The clerk ran over and looked where I was pointing, but in a split second, the man vanished into the darkness. "Is someone out there?" the clerk asked. "A man." "He's stalking me," I managed to choke out. The kind clerk immediately locked the front door and told me to call my family. I called my sister immediately. She said she was just about to call me because she couldn't find me in the lobby. After she heard what happened, she rushed over to the 7-Eleven to find me. When I saw her, I broke down in tears. My body wouldn't stop shaking. The store clerk helped us call the police. The police arrived quickly with 3 officers. 2 of them spread out to search the alleys in the parking lot, while the third took my statement. I tried to give every detail I could remember. They also went into the theater to check the security cameras. However, the hope of identifying him faded fast. The officer came back after checking the footage and shook his head. "He was smart," the officer said. "He always kept his face down or stood in blind spots where the cameras couldn't get a clear shot. Even in the elevator, he stood with his back to the lens." They checked the files of known offenders in the area, but no one matched my description perfectly. With no fingerprints and no clear photo, the man was like a ghost who appeared just to terrorize me and then dissolved back into nothing. The police told us it would be nearly impossible to find him without more evidence. It has been many years since that terrifying night. My sister and I never go to late-night movie showings anymore. To this day, I still don't know who that man was or what he wanted. I just feel lucky that I stayed alert and ran when I had the chance. If I had waited even a few seconds longer, something horrible might have happened to me. My name is Martin, and I'm 34 years old. I've been a delivery driver for 1-800-Flowers for over 6 years. To most people, February 14th is a day for romance. For those of us in the delivery business, it's the Super Bowl of total chaos. Everything started at 4 a.m. on a cold, damp Valentine's Day last year. From the very beginning, the universe seemed to be against me. The office printer broke down completely, which meant we didn't have organized route manifests. Instead of a neat list sorted by GPS, we were handed a messy stack of invoices. To make things worse, the truck they gave me was an old clunker I called the Rust Bucket. The engine rattled, and the back door was a nightmare to open and close. I wanted to finish early so I could get home for dinner with my wife, so I rushed out to start my deliveries without waiting for the official route list. I figured my years of experience would be enough to wing it. 2 hours later, I had delivered quite a few gifts and felt like I was making great progress. But then, a major mistake happened. I delivered a bouquet of roses to an address that turned out to be a customer's old apartment. The guy who ordered the flowers had forgotten to update his address in the system. Instead of going to his current girlfriend, the flowers ended up with his ex. As I was continuing my route, my phone rang. My manager explained the situation. The customer had called to complain that his ex-girlfriend went ballistic after receiving the flowers. He was furious and demanded the company fix it immediately. The company told me I had to go back, retrieve the flowers, and deliver them to the correct address. I sighed. It wasn't even my fault. But since I work in service, I had no choice but to go back. When I rang the doorbell at that apartment, the silence was eerie. After the fourth ring, a raspy, suspicious female voice came through the intercom. "Who is it?" "Hi, I'm the driver from 1-800-Flowers. I'm here to pick up the bouquet that was delivered to the wrong address by mistake." There was a long pause. Then she screamed through the speaker, her voice ear-piercing. "I threw that trash away the second I saw his name on the card. Stop bothering me." After 10 minutes of using my most patient customer service voice, she finally opened the door. She wore heavy, smeared makeup and had dark circles under her eyes, looking like she hadn't slept in days. She wasn't screaming anymore. Instead, her voice turned weirdly flirtatious. "You're a handsome guy," she said, twirling a lock of her hair. "Why is a hard-working man like you picking up trash for a guy like him?" I gave a forced smile and tried to stay professional. But when I reached up to adjust my hat, the hallway light caught the wedding ring on my finger. Her eyes changed instantly. The flirtatiousness vanished, replaced by cold, pure hatred. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "Another cheater. You're all the same." She led me to the back of the building and pointed at an industrial dumpster. "It's in there." I looked into the bin. It was almost chest-high and filled with trash, luckily mostly just scrap paper. I hesitated, but I just wanted to get this over with. I climbed onto the edge of the dumpster and leaned inside to find the roses. Suddenly, I heard a loud noise right behind me. A split second later, a heavy blow slammed into the back of my head. The impact was so hard I saw stars. I lost my balance and tumbled face first into the trash. "You piece of trash, men. This is the price for betrayal," she screamed from outside. Then I heard a heavy bang. The metal lid slammed shut. I heard the sound of her dragging something very heavy on top of the lid to weight it down. I tried to stand up and push the lid, but it wouldn't budge. I yelled for her to let me out, but she just kept cursing at me until everything suddenly went silent. The feeling was horrifying. It was dark and suffocating. I have claustrophobia, and it started to trigger a massive panic attack. My heart was racing, and my breath became shallow. I shoved the lid with everything I had, but it didn't move an inch. My limbs started shaking uncontrollably. I was too panicked to think logically. I was convinced I was going to die in there. I fumbled through my jacket pockets, found my phone, and called my wife. "Honey, listen to me. I'm inside a dumpster," I whispered, my voice breaking from fear and lack of oxygen. I told her I loved her, speaking as if it were the last time. My wife, who is a nurse, stayed incredibly calm. She tracked my phone's location and called the local fire department immediately. About 10 minutes later, my wife and the firefighters arrived. Bright light flooded in as they forced the lid open. Strong hands pulled me out of the trash. The police were also on the scene. They went up to the apartment and arrested the woman. She was acting completely manic, screaming things that made no sense. When she saw me, she tried to lunge at me, forcing the police to use a taser to restrain her before taking her away. I was checked out by the paramedics on site. The bump on my head wasn't too serious. I ended my shift and went home with my wife. The company called to check on me, and I took a few days off. I received a decent settlement to compensate for what I went through. That night, even though it was much later than planned, I finally had that warm dinner with my wife. Even though it's over, that remains the most terrifying memory of my delivery career. Now, I always double-check every address. I never rush, and I absolutely never climb into a dumpster for any reason whatsoever. My name is Nathan. I'm 28 years old, and I live in Boston. The story I'm about to tell isn't just a scary encounter with betrayal or violence. It's a nightmare that reached down into the deepest, most painful parts of my family history. I am a third-generation Jewish American. Everything happened last year during my birthday month. I decided to take a solo trip to Portland, Oregon, just to find a little bit of freedom. Portland welcomed me with its signature drizzle and its laid-back, artsy vibe. That night, I was wandering around downtown and stopped into a bar. Amidst the loud crowd, my eyes were immediately drawn to a girl with a striking pink pixie cut dancing by herself to the music. She was wearing a tight black dress that showed off every curve. Even though she was only about 5 feet tall, she had this perfect mix of cute and sexy that I couldn't stop staring at. I didn't even need to work up the courage to talk to her. She was the one who approached me. She introduced herself as Katie. We found a quieter corner at the bar and started talking. The glasses of whiskey and cocktails kept coming. We laughed, flirted, and the space between us kept getting smaller. Under the dim lights, we danced and kissed. Then Katie whispered, "Want to come back to my place?" I nodded without a second thought, feeling like the luckiest guy in the world. Her apartment was in an old building on the edge of downtown, tucked away in a neighborhood of narrow, deep alleys. The next morning, I woke up with a pounding headache. My body felt heavy, and my mouth was bone dry. I slowly opened my eyes and realized I was alone. Katie was nowhere to be found. As I lay there in a daze, I suddenly heard the jingle of keys. Then, a man's deep, gravelly voice echoed from the hallway. "Katie, where the hell are you?" I bolted upright, instantly awake. I scrambled out of bed and started frantically looking for my clothes scattered across the floor. I didn't have time to wonder if this was her husband, her boyfriend, or someone else. I just knew I had to disappear. I grabbed my clothes, shaking as I pulled on my pants, and dove into the walk-in closet right next to the bed. I pulled the wooden door almost shut, trying to keep my breathing as silent as possible. Through the narrow crack in the closet door, I watched a giant of a man walk into the bedroom. He had to be at least 6 feet 4 inches, with massive muscles bulging under a black tank top and thick tattoos covering both arms. He grumbled a curse, tossed a bag onto the bed, and started looking around. But that wasn't even the worst part. As I backed deeper into the shadows of the closet to stay out of his line of sight, my hand brushed against some stiff, rough fabric. I glanced to my side. Hanging right next to me were old military uniforms with strange patches. My heart stopped when I saw a bright red armchair with a white circle and a black swastika in the center. The blood in my veins turned to ice. I realized I wasn't just hiding in the home of a violent man. I was in the home of a neo-Nazi. My terror reached a breaking point when I instinctively reached for my neck and realized my necklace was gone. It was a simple silver chain with the Star of David, a family heirloom that my great-grandfather managed to keep while surviving the Buchenwald concentration camp. I suddenly remembered taking it off and putting it on the nightstand before I went to sleep. If that man found it, he would tear this entire room apart to find me. He was still standing in the middle of the room, sniffing the air like a predator. His instincts seemed to be telling him something was wrong. He stared toward the closet, and I bit my lip so hard it bled. Cold sweat poured down my spine as I prayed for my great-grandfather's spirit to protect me. Finally, he muttered a few more curses and walked out of the bedroom. I heard his heavy footsteps fading away. This was my only chance. I lunged out of the closet and grabbed the necklace. "Is someone in the bedroom?" His voice suddenly boomed, full of threat. I panicked. I had to get out, now. I ran to the window and looked down. The apartment was on the 3rd floor, at least 30 feet up. My stomach churned with vertigo. My lifelong fear of heights came rushing back. But behind me, I heard the sound of footsteps charging toward the door. "Where are you hiding that piece of trash?" he roared in anger. I didn't have another second to hesitate. I grabbed the windowsill, took a deep breath, and threw myself out. Time seemed to slow down. My body hung in the air, and the feeling of weightlessness made my stomach flip. The wind whistled in my ears. I saw the ground rushing up to meet me at a terrifying speed. To my surprise, the impact wasn't as painful as I expected. I opened my eyes and realized I had landed in a massive pile of trash bags behind the building. The stench was overwhelming, but to me, it was the smell of being alive. I felt a few cuts from broken glass and bruises forming all over my body, but I could still move. I looked up and gasped when I saw the man's face leaning out of the window. His eyes were wide with rage. "Stay right there, you bastard," he screamed. I scrambled to my feet and ran out of the alley at full speed. I didn't dare look back even once. It wasn't until hours later, when I was safely on a train leaving the city, that I finally started to shake. I looked down at the necklace in my hand and thought about my great-grandfather, and then I thought about Katie. Who was she? Was she a honeypot, intentionally leading men like me into a trap? Or was she just another victim of that man? I'll never know. Since that day, I never underestimate a chance encounter again. I'm always on the lookout for red flags, and I check twice for the things I don't know.
My name is Francis. When this happened, I was about 10 years old. My family lived in Chicago at the time. Our house sat at the end of a U-shaped street, and the neighbors' houses were spaced pretty far apart. Because of my parents' work schedules, I was often home alone after school. At first, I really enjoyed the freedom. I usually spent my time playing games online or watching TV to pass the time. Sometimes I did my homework, but most of the time, I was glued to the computer screen. It was a cold winter afternoon, and I had been let out of school early. After getting off the bus at the end of the block, I walked home like usual. As soon as I walked through the door, I tossed my backpack on the floor and went straight to my dad's office. I turned on the computer and started gaming, completely losing myself in the virtual world. After playing for about 30 minutes, I suddenly heard a very faint meowing sound coming from outside the window. I figured it was the neighbor's cat that always came over to play in our backyard. But I didn't like cats at all. When I was 7, a stray cat had scratched my arm so deeply that I still have the scar today. Since then, I've always made an effort to stay away from them. I kept playing my game. However, a few minutes later, the meowing started again. The sound was still quiet, but it was persistent. I stood up and looked out the window into the backyard, but I didn't see anything. It kept happening over and over. Every time I tried to focus on my game, the meowing would start up again, steady and haunting. After 10 minutes of this, I started to get annoyed. I thought the cat might be hiding somewhere, playing games with me. I sighed, turned off the computer, and went to the living room to watch TV. I had only been sitting there for a few minutes when I heard the sound again. It was right behind me. It was coming from right outside the living room window. I jerked my head around and stared through the glass, but I still saw nothing. No sign of a cat anywhere. A strange feeling started to crawl over me, and I felt a shiver down my spine. I ran to my bedroom and locked the door tight. I pulled the curtains shut over every window, turned on all the lights, and buried my head in a pile of comic books on my bed. I hoped I was just being paranoid. And then, the meow happened again, right outside my bedroom window. This time, my heart started racing. How was this cat following me? No matter where I moved in the house, it would show up there a few minutes later. I dashed to the landline in the living room and frantically dialed my dad's number. With a shaky voice, I told him that the neighbor's cat might be hurt because it was crying a lot, but I couldn't see it anywhere. The other end of the line went silent for a few seconds. My dad told me to check every lock on the doors immediately, stay inside, and said he was coming home right away. In the meantime, he said he would call Mr. Peter, our neighbor, to come over and check on things. Those 15 minutes of waiting felt like a century. I sat huddled on my bed, listening closely. The meowing kept drifting in, sometimes close and sometimes far away, until a loud noise thudded at the front of the house. Then, everything went dead silent. By the time my dad got home, the meowing had completely vanished. He searched the whole house thoroughly and gave me a very tight hug. That night, no one talked about what happened, but I noticed my dad's eyes looked different. He looked worried and tense. A few days later, once I had calmed down, my parents finally told me the truth about that day. When Mr. Peter had come over to check the house, he found large human footprints in the snow all around our home. They were pressed right up against the walls, in the blind spots where I couldn't see out the windows. It meant that even when I looked out, I couldn't see the person because he was hugging the wall. That stranger had moved from window to window, tracking me to see which room I was in. He was faking the cat noises to lure me outside. He likely knew I was home alone because he had been watching me, learning my routine, and waiting for the right moment. The footprints eventually led into the woods behind the house and disappeared into the thick brush. Other than that, there were no clues. No one saw him, and we didn't have any cameras to give the police evidence. After that day, my family installed a massive security system with cameras and motion sensors. My parents never left me home alone again until I was much older. Now, whenever I look at that cat scratch scar on my arm from when I was 7, I don't hate it anymore. In fact, I'm thankful for it. If it weren't for that scar, if I hadn't grown up with a fear and dislike of cats, I probably would have opened the door that afternoon out of curiosity. And if I had opened that door, I might not be here to tell this story today.
My name is Cameron. This story happened 4 years ago, right when I was a wide-eyed freshman starting out at Cal State Northridge. That was the year I met Josh Bennett. The semester had been going for about a month when Josh first showed up. He walked into the lecture hall radiating confidence. The first thing I noticed was how handsome he was. He had a great physique and a bright, winning smile. Honestly, half the students in the class were checking him out. I was secretly thrilled when Josh chose to sit at my table. We quickly became study partners. Josh was smart, polite, and always had these sharp, deep insights into social issues. I'll admit I was totally charmed by his looks and his vibe. I even started daydreaming about us becoming more than just friends. But there was one thing about Josh that bothered me. Even though he looked like $1,000,000, he always gave off a very strange, unpleasant smell that I couldn't quite explain. It wasn't the typical body odor of an active guy. Some days, it was a faint, metallic scent, like a handful of old copper pennies. On hot days, it got much stronger. I tried to tell myself he just had a skin condition, or maybe wore a really weird cologne. I planned to bring it up gently once we got closer, but that chance came in the most terrifying way possible. One late afternoon, Josh invited me over to his off-campus apartment. I eagerly agreed, thinking this was a big step forward in our relationship. The moment I stepped inside, my nose was hit by a sharp, overwhelming chemical smell. It smelled like a professional lab or a sterile hospital wing. I tried to act natural, not wanting to seem rude while he was being such a good host. Suddenly, Josh grabbed my hand to lead me deeper into the apartment. My heart started racing, but a second later, I felt a shiver of dread. Josh's hand was freezing cold and felt strangely damp and sticky, like he had just been soaking his hands in ice water. As I walked close to him, I smelled that metallic stench again, mixed with the sterile scent of bleach. It smelled like decaying meat hidden under a layer of cleaning supplies. The combination made my stomach turn. I'm a pretty neat person, so I couldn't hold it back anymore. "Josh, do you smell something weird in here? Is there a problem with the pipes or something?" I asked, trying to be as polite as possible. His reaction was totally unexpected. Josh stayed silent for a few seconds, then let out a soft laugh. He walked over to a drawer next to the TV and pulled out a small tube. He opened it and, without warning, smeared a glob of ointment directly onto the skin under my nose. The intense scent of menthol shot up my nostrils, making me flinch. "This helps," Josh said with a creepy smile. He stared directly into my eyes with a look of pure amusement. "You'll get used to it. Eventually, you'll start smelling it on your own body, too." His words left me completely confused and unsettled. But before I could ask what he meant, he laughed loudly. "Come on, let me show you the rest of the place. I have some cool things to show you." Even though I was feeling incredibly uncomfortable, I followed him. He led me through several dark rooms and eventually to the back of the house. I was surprised to see a massive swimming pool, but the water was pitch black. It looked deep and murky, like a bottomless pit or an industrial vat. "This is the most special part of the house," he exclaimed. While I was standing right at the edge looking down, Josh suddenly lunged toward me. He made a violent motion as if he was going to shove me into the black water. By reflex, I jumped back so fast I almost fell over. "Just kidding," Josh laughed loudly, but his eyes weren't laughing at all. They were cold. I felt sick. I didn't laugh, and I couldn't even look him in the eye anymore. I made up a lame excuse about a project I forgot to finish and sprinted out of the house. I didn't look back, but I knew he was standing there, watching me leave with that mysterious smile. A few days later, Josh vanished. He stopped coming to class and wouldn't answer his phone. An unexplainable sense of dread forced me to drive back to his apartment to check on him. The scene I arrived at left me paralyzed. The house was taped off by the FBI. Police and forensics teams were everywhere. The news broke on local sites shortly after, and it was more horrific than any scary movie I'd ever seen. The police had been tracking a missing student, and it led them to Josh's place. In the basement, they found a literal warehouse of horrors. They found the body of a young woman perfectly mummified, preserved in a custom casket with an industrial cooling system. But that was just the beginning. The FBI uncovered a dark network behind Josh. He wasn't a normal student at all. Josh was a body broker on the dark web. Josh Bennett, my handsome deskmate, was actually selling human remains online. He wasn't just a killer, he was a self-taught embalmer who preserved bodies to sell to sick buyers overseas. Police found hundreds of encrypted messages and bank transfers totaling tens of thousands of dollars. He had been planning to flee the country right before he was caught. In that moment, I remembered his joke at the pool. I am now certain it wasn't a joke at all. Josh was going to kill me. His weird comment about smelling it on my own body was a dark warning. I was his next target. If I hadn't left the apartment that day, I would have ended up as one of the preserved items in that basement. It's been 4 years. Josh is in prison, but I've never truly escaped the trauma. Sometimes, I still think I can smell that mix of menthol and bleach lingering in the air. It's terrifying to realize that I actually had feelings for a monster. I almost let a serial killer into my life. My name is Fiona. The story I'm about to tell you happened over 20 years ago, but every single detail is burned into my mind as if it just happened yesterday. Back then, I was in my early 20s, young, full of energy, and incredibly naive. One day, I was driving to visit a close friend in the next state over. Because of my work schedule, I had to drive at night. I started my 4-hour journey around 7 p.m. The streetlights on the lonely highway flickered past. The car radio played soft music, and I hummed along to the familiar tunes. Around 9 p.m., while driving through a stretch of road with very little traffic, I saw a man standing on the shoulder. He was waving his hand, signaling for a ride. My headlights hit his thin frame. He was wearing ordinary clothes and didn't have any large luggage. I hesitated for a second, thinking about how hard it must be to be stranded on a dark road at night. Being a kind-hearted person by nature, I hit the brakes. I rolled down the window. The man looked to be in his 30s. He had a gaunt face and scruffy stubble. He looked at me with an expression that was almost shy. After a few questions, I learned he wanted a ride to the next city. Looking at him, I felt sorry for him. I agreed to give him a lift. He thanked me politely and climbed into the passenger seat. At first, the atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward. To break the silence, I started a conversation. Eventually, we both relaxed. The man told me he was going through a hard time because he had just gone bankrupt and was trying to start over. His voice was calm, like he had become numb to his misfortunes. When I asked about his family, his answers were vague. I figured he didn't want to share much, so I stopped asking. About an hour later, we pulled into a large rest stop. I was really hungry and figured my passenger was too. I invited him to have dinner. When I said I would pay, he paused for a moment. A look of confusion or embarrassment crossed his thin face. During dinner, we continued to chat. He talked about his hometown and his struggles. I listened and offered some words of encouragement. I felt a strange sense of connection with this stranger sitting across from me. After the meal, we got back on the road. The vibe in the car was much friendlier now. However, I noticed he didn't initiate conversation much anymore. He only answered my questions. Every now and then, he would fall into a deep, silent thought. Around 10 p.m., when we reached the city center, I pulled over at the spot he requested. The man opened the door, but before getting out, he turned to look at me with eyes full of gratitude. "You are so kind. Thank you so much. I'm glad I got to meet you. Good luck with everything," I replied. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Could I get your name and phone number? I'd like to find a way to thank you properly later." In that moment, I realized we had forgotten to even exchange names. I didn't think much of it. I was happy to help and gave him my number. I genuinely liked him and thought it would be nice to have a new friend. He nodded and thanked me again. When I asked for his name in return, he hurried away very quickly. I wasn't sure if he didn't hear me or if he was just in a rush. I watched him disappear into the shadows and then continued driving to my friend's house. One evening later on, while I was sitting at home watching TV, my phone rang. An unknown number appeared on the screen. I picked up, and on the other end was a voice that sounded both familiar and strange. He started talking immediately, not giving me a chance to say a word. I don't know how to tell you this." I stayed silent, a cold feeling of unease creeping into my chest. The next words out of his mouth made my blood turn to ice. "You should thank God that you were raised to be such a decent person." That night, I didn't hitch a ride because I was bankrupt. I stood on that road with a detailed plan in my head. I was going to kill you, dump your body in a ditch along the highway, and steal your car. I needed money. I needed a way to get away, and I chose you the moment your headlights hit me. I felt my legs give out. I almost dropped the phone. He continued, his voice cracking. "I was waiting for the moment you stopped at the rest area to do it. I planned to do it right there in the car, but then you invited me to dinner. You looked at me and smiled at me like I was a real human being, not a piece of trash. You were the only person in years who asked if I was tired or if I was hungry. That warmth, it was like a slap in the face. I realized I couldn't kill a woman who treated me like a friend. He went silent for a second, then he practically roared into the phone, a plea that sounded like a scream. Please, Fiona, please don't ever pick up another stranger. Not everyone in this world is going to stop because of a dinner like I did. Don't let your kindness be the death of you. Before I could say anything, the line went dead. He had hung up. I tried calling back immediately, but I couldn't get through. I eventually traced the number and found out it came from a public payphone. I was completely shell-shocked. My emotions were a mess of terror and confusion. I had narrowly escaped death. I was horrified by his intentions, but I was also curious about who he really was. Sometimes, I still wonder where that man is today and what he's doing. Since that night, I have never driven alone at night again. It's not just because I'm following his advice. It's because I'm afraid my heart won't listen to my head, and I'll let another stranger into my car. My name is Jenna. This is the story of the most terrifying thing that ever happened to me. I grew up in Naperville, a suburb of Chicago, back in the 80s. You have to understand how different things were then to really get this story. It was a time when people felt much safer than they do now. We grew up in a world where doors stayed unlocked, kids played outside until the streetlights came on, and helping a stranger was just what you did. Kindness was the common language, and I truly believe that almost everyone was fundamentally good. But something happened when I was 22 that changed my mind forever. It was a freezing winter day in Chicago. The temperature was well below zero, the wind was howling, and a light snow was covering the roads in white. I had just finished grocery shopping at a store near my house. As I was pushing my cart out to the parking lot, I heard a shaky voice behind me. "Miss, excuse me, could you wait a second?" I turned around. Standing there was a tiny, elderly woman. She had white hair peeking out from under a thick knit hat. She was wrapped tightly in a scarf, showing only her tired eyes and wrinkled skin. She was shivering from the cold and clutching an old handbag against her chest. She asked if I could give her a ride home. At first, I felt a little bit of doubt. I asked her why she didn't just call her family to pick her up. She explained that her daughter was busy at work and that her house was only a few blocks away. She said she had walked to the store to get a few things, but now the cold was too much for her, and her legs were too weak to walk back. Seeing her standing there in the bitter cold, I couldn't say no. I decided to help her. I opened my trunk and started loading my groceries. While I was busy arranging the bags, the woman opened the back door and climbed into the back seat on her own. I was a little surprised, but I figured she was just too cold to wait outside. I thought maybe old people just preferred the extra space in the back, so I didn't think much of it. I got into the driver's seat, started the engine, and turned the heater up to the max. The car started to warm up. I asked her where she lived, and she told me to drive straight and then take a right. I drove exactly where she told me. But as we kept driving without reaching a clear destination, I started to get confused. We had been driving for almost 20 minutes. We had gone much further than the few blocks she had mentioned. I asked her for the address again, and she insisted we were almost there, telling me to turn left at the next intersection. Then she told me to turn right, then go straight. I started to get a very bad feeling in my gut. We reached a busy intersection, and the light turned red. As I sat there waiting, I felt a powerful wave of anxiety hit me. I glanced up at the rearview mirror to check on her. My heart stopped. The person in the back had removed the scarf and the knit hat. Underneath, it wasn't the wrinkled face of an old lady. It was a man, a gaunt, thin man with a bony face, scruffy stubble, and cold, dead eyes staring directly at the back of my neck. The messy white wig he had been wearing was pushed to the side. I gripped the steering wheel in a panic, my whole body going stiff. I realized I had fallen right into his trap. Terror washed over me, but my survival instinct kicked in even harder. I couldn't let him take control of the situation. I had to get out, right now. I slammed the gear shift into park, unbuckled my seatbelt, and bolted out of the driver's side door right in the middle of the busy intersection. Horns started blaring behind me, but I didn't care. I ran around to the back and yanked the rear door open with all the strength of someone fighting for their life. I screamed at the top of my lungs, "Get out of my car right now!" The man just looked at me. He didn't look scared or surprised. His eyes were empty and soulless. He quietly and slowly crawled out of the car. His movements were so calm, as if he were just finishing a normal daily chore. He stood up in the middle of the traffic, straightened his coat, and casually walked away into the crowd on the sidewalk. He disappeared as if nothing had happened. I stood there shaking uncontrollably, partly from the cold and partly from pure terror. For days afterward, I couldn't get the image out of my head. The memory of his cold face haunted me. I asked myself 1,000 times, what if I hadn't stopped at that red light? What if I had kept driving onto a deserted street like he told me to? What would have happened if I hadn't looked in the mirror? That day taught me a painful lesson. The world I grew up in, where people trusted and helped each other, had changed. Or maybe it was never as safe as I thought, and I had just been lucky. Since then, I never give rides to strangers. I've made it a habit to stay extremely alert to everything around me. It's not that I've become heartless or selfish. I just learned that kindness needs to be paired with caution. I still help people, but I do it in safer ways. I'll call a taxi for them, call the police, or contact a charity. But I will never let a stranger into my car ever again. My name is Bethany, and I'm 29 years old. On the top of my head, slightly to the right, I have a small scar about the size of my pinky fingertip. Nobody ever notices it except me. Every time I wash my hair or brush it, my fingers accidentally touch that little bump of skin. When they do, the memory of a late autumn afternoon when I was 14 years old comes back vividly, as if it happened only yesterday. That year, my family moved to a small town in the Northeast. It was the kind of place people jokingly called a redneck town. I didn't have any friends yet, I didn't know the streets, and I didn't understand how the local life worked. After school, I would usually walk to a park a few blocks from my house to kill time. I'd sit there alone, wearing my headphones and watching people pass by, sometimes missing my old life and my old house. That afternoon, I left the park just as it was starting to get dark. Autumn in the Northeast is tricky. The sun sets very fast. I wasn't in a hurry because I knew if I just followed this road past the fire station on the right, I'd be home in a few minutes. I started walking home. After a while, I heard an engine behind me, but I didn't think much of it. But after a few more minutes, the sound of the engine didn't pass me, and it didn't fall behind. It stayed at a steady pace right behind my back. I turned my head to look. A red Toyota truck was crawling slowly along the curb. The driver's side window was rolled down halfway. "Hey kid, get in. It's getting dark." A man's raspy voice called out from inside the truck. He looked about 50 years old, with small eyes that crinkled as if he were smiling. But that smile gave me the creeps. "No thank you," I replied. I tried to keep my voice steady, looked away, and kept walking. "Don't be shy. Where do you live? It's dangerous to walk alone," he insisted, not giving up. "I'm fine, thanks." I refused again and sped up. My heart started pounding against my ribs. I tried to tell myself that maybe he was just trying to be a nice guy. After a few seconds, I heard the sound of tires rolling softly on the pavement. I thought maybe he had finally driven away. But a second later, I heard a car door fly open and then slam shut. I turned around in shock. The truck had pulled over diagonally onto the curb. The man had jumped out and was walking fast toward me. He wasn't smiling anymore. His face was tight and his eyes showed clear anger. I immediately started to run, but the distance was too short. I had barely gained any speed before a rough hand grabbed my arm from behind with a crushing grip. "Don't make this difficult," he growled. I screamed, but his other hand slammed over my mouth, cutting me off. I fought with everything I had. I bit his hand, I clawed at him, and I kicked wildly. I tried to break free, but he was way too strong. He dragged me backward toward the truck, and my feet skidded on the asphalt. I tried to grab the truck door to keep myself out, but he shoved me hard. My head hit the metal edge of the door with a loud thud. My ears started ringing, and my brain felt like it was buzzing. I lost my ability to fight back for a moment, and my knees buckled. He was trying to shove me into the seat. I could feel the edge of the upholstery touching my legs. I was still conscious enough to know one thing for sure. If I got into that truck, I was never going back home. I tried to cling to the door frame, but my strength was fading fast. My head throbbed, and my limbs felt heavy and lost. I didn't know how much longer I could hold on. And then, a sound erupted. It wasn't a car, and it wasn't a person. It exploded suddenly from the right side of the road, coming from the fire station just a few yards away. It was a long shriek so loud it felt like it was tearing my eardrums apart. The sound didn't just vibrate in the air, it hit me right in the chest, making my teeth rattle in my head. I had never heard anything like it in my life. It made me freeze in place. But the man's reaction was even more intense. He let go of me instantly. He took a step back, his eyes wide and his face turning pale. A curse word flew out of his mouth, barely audible over the deafening siren. I didn't stop to think. My body acted on instinct. I spun around and ran at full speed toward the nearest house. "Please, open the door!" I tried to scream, but my throat felt bone dry. The front door swung open. A man looked at me for a few seconds in total shock before quickly pulling me inside. "Calm down, you're safe now," he reassured me. He grabbed his phone and called 911 immediately. I slumped down onto the kitchen floor, my whole body shaking violently. The siren outside continued to wail for a few more seconds before it finally cut off, leaving behind a heavy, ringing silence. By the time the police and the ambulance arrived, the red truck was gone. I was put into the back of the ambulance. The paramedics checked my head, cleaned off the blood, and gave me a few stitches. The cut wasn't very deep, but it had bled enough to make my hair a matted mess. I sat there with my hands on my thighs, unable to stop trembling. Everything felt like it was moving in slow motion. The police asked for my statement and came to a simple conclusion. The guy wasn't from around here. Everyone in town had grown up hearing that siren. They knew it was just the alarm for the volunteer fire department. The fact that he reacted with such terror meant he had never heard it before. I hadn't either. I didn't know yet that this town had something very specific, a massive air raid style siren for the firehouse. It wasn't like a normal ambulance siren. It was mounted on a tall pole near the station, and whenever there was a fire or an emergency, it would let out a terrifying, long blast. The locals were used to it, but to a stranger, it sounded like the end of the world. Because of that horrible noise, I was saved. Many years have passed, and that man was never caught. I grew up, moved away from that town, and now I have a good life. But every time I think back, I feel grateful for that one random moment. If that fire hadn't started at that exact time, or if the siren hadn't gone off right at that second, my story would have had a much darker ending.
I'm Katie, and I've been a bank teller for 8 years. I've handled many situations, from angry customers to identity fraudsters. But there's one winter afternoon a few years ago that I've never forgotten. Now, every time I hear the beep from the ATM in the lobby, I still involuntarily shiver. It was a weekday around 12 p.m., a time we jokingly called dead time. Transactions were almost non-existent, and customers were sparse. I was standing at my counter when a middle-aged man walked in. He was wearing a Taco Bell delivery uniform and carrying a paper bag. He approached my counter, said nothing, and simply handed me a piece of paper. The content on it made my blood run cold. I have a bomb. I want $250,000 in 15 minutes if you want to live. Follow the steps, otherwise I will detonate it now. I looked up. Around his neck was a heavy black box-shaped device with wires and blinking red lights. He wasn't yelling or aggressive. On the contrary, he was incredibly calm. So calm that while waiting for me to process the transaction, he reached out and took a lollipop from the customer waiting jar. I honestly thought it was just a scare tactic. The thing he was wearing around his neck was a fake device. Some guy with mental issues or overwhelming debt. But what if it wasn't fake? I followed the emergency procedure exactly. The vault was locked by time delay then, so I could only give him a little over $8,000 in cash from my drawer. He took the money, said nothing else, and left calmly. Before he could exit the bank, the police swarmed in. I later learned they had received a call from a customer who had secretly slipped out to report the situation. Everything proceeded slowly and under control. They asked everyone to evacuate the bank silently. My colleagues, customers, and I were all evacuated, leaving only the robber trapped inside, along with 2 officers keeping watch from a corner of the room. His hands were cuffed and locked to a fixed waiting chair in the lobby. The bomb squad was on the way. I and a few colleagues hadn't left the area entirely. We stayed outside to monitor the situation. I could see him through the bank's glass windows. He still had that calm demeanor. He even leaned his head against the wall, as if taking a nap. I saw an officer standing near him say something, but he just shrugged and nodded in a kind of defiant way. What makes a person with a bomb strapped to them so calm? But a few minutes later, I saw him start to change. His eyes darted around constantly. His eyes widened in disbelief. Then he started to scream. The police quickly withdrew from the building, leaving him alone in the room. I stood frozen outside the door. Through the glass window, I saw him struggling in the locked chair. He kicked hard at the floor, as if trying to stand up, but his hands were still cuffed. Why is it counting down? Please, help me. Do something. We heard him yell. That was his last sentence. A massive explosion sounded, and we all ducked and covered our heads. I was stunned by what had just happened. A few minutes later, I heard the police radioing each other. The robber had passed away. Everything that followed, I only learned through the investigation report and the news. His name was Joey Garcia, 46, a Taco Bell delivery driver. He initially told the police he was forced to do this. He claimed someone had strapped the bomb to him and ordered him to rob the bank. Joey recounted that while on a delivery route, a customer lured him into a house, tied his hands, secured the bomb around his neck, and forced him to commit the robbery. He called it a sick game. But I remembered when he stood in front of me, handing over the note with a calm face, then casually taking a lollipop. He didn't look scared at all, not like someone being forced. While waiting for the bomb squad, the police noticed his relaxed attitude. With a casual air, he even told a guarding officer in an amused tone, "Don't worry, it won't go off. I'm not that easy to kill." But then, the device started to beep after a few minutes, slowly at first, then distinctly faster. Joey froze for a few seconds. His eyes were wide open. Then he began to panic. Why is it beeping? I didn't set a timer. This isn't real. It's not real. The police looked at each other for exactly 1 second. They didn't need to ask anything more. Immediately, according to protocol, everyone quickly withdrew, leaving Joey sitting alone. Joey began to scream. Why is it counting down? Do something, please. Save me. He struggled futilely. At exactly 3:18 p.m., the bomb exploded. The explosion wasn't very loud, nor powerful enough to damage anything nearby, even at close range, but it was sufficient to create a deep hole right in Joey's chest. He died instantly. He died by the very bomb he was carrying, something no one expected. But the truth about the bomb and the bank robbery was even more shocking. Joey Garcia had lied. No one forced him. It was all planned and executed by him alone. He went onto the dark web, bought the components and casing for the device. The transaction was made with his last borrowed money. The package was advertised as a fake bomb, but extremely realistic. Except, it turned out to be a real bomb. The control circuit was pre-rigged with a small amount of explosive, enough to kill one person. Perhaps he didn't even know that. He thought he was playing a game, pretending to be a victim, and would run away with the money. But it all ended that afternoon. The investigation determined that Joey was a heavy drug user, addicted to gambling and drowning in debt. In 1 year, he had been fired from 3 different jobs. The robbery that day wasn't a spontaneous act. It was the culmination of months of being out of control, coupled with a decision so wrong there was no turning back. After going through the incident, people often ask me if I was scared. At first, I felt disgust, then anger, and now, it's an unnamed void. A person walking into a bank with a bomb is something I had only seen in movies. But that time, I wasn't just watching. I witnessed it all. And since that day, whenever I stand near an ATM and hear that beep, I shiver.
Thank you for watching until the end. As mentioned earlier, our goal of reaching 50,000 subscribers in 2026 is still ongoing. If you enjoy these stories, please give us a hand and support us.
This story happened in the summer of 2011 when I was only 14 years old. To give you a better picture, my family owned a remote piece of land in western Maryland. It was private property deep in the mountains where almost everyone living nearby was related to my family in one way or another. I grew up there running around with my cousins, and I always believed it was the safest place in the world. But a fateful day by the Savage River shattered that innocent belief forever. It was a sweltering summer afternoon. My cousin, who was 1 year older than me, and I decided to go for a walk along the rugged dirt path that follows the rushing Savage River. My cousin was a little junior entomologist, so he spent the whole time with his eyes glued to the ground, looking for bugs or crawfish. I just strolled along beside him, enjoying the sound of the water hitting the rocks. Everything seemed normal until I heard a very distinct sound. A sharp click echoed through the quiet air. It wasn't a branch snapping, and it wasn't the sound of stones hitting each other. I whipped my head toward the opposite bank of the river. Not even 15 feet away, a stranger had just stepped out from the thick brush. He was wearing a black jacket and holding a camera that was still pointed directly at me. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I saw his large frame and felt the terrifying certainty that he was staring right at me. Then, he smiled. I knew he was smiling because I could see his teeth clearly. His shoulders shook slightly, and a low, muffled laugh drifted across the water. Before I could even react, I heard another click. He took a second photo. I flinched and stepped back, but I froze. Then, he lowered his camera, kept that same smile on his face, and slowly wagged his index finger back and forth. The gesture was unmistakable, exactly like the way an adult wags their finger when scolding a child for doing something wrong. I didn't know what that signal meant, but my heart started racing. Next, he pointed down at his side. I followed his hand and saw a knife sheath attached to his belt. Then, he brought his hand up to his throat and slowly, deliberately, drew his finger across it in a slit-throat motion. In that moment, my mind went completely blank. I couldn't think of anything specific. I only had one reflex. I lunged over, grabbed my cousin's arm, and screamed, "Run! Run now!" As soon as we turned to bolt, I heard a third click behind us, followed immediately by the sound of water splashing. Splash! Splash! He was wading through the river, coming after us. I sprinted for my life through the dense bushes, my heart pounding like it wanted to jump out of my chest. The path back home was full of rocks and slippery roots. In my total panic, I tripped over a dry branch and fell face first into the dirt. I hit the ground so hard that I could taste the thick, metallic flavor of blood in my mouth. I had bitten through my lip. My knees and hands were stinging, but my fear was 1,000 times stronger than the pain. I wasn't on the ground for even 3 seconds before I scrambled back up, pulling my cousin along as we kept flying. I swear I could hear branches snapping right behind me. When the campsite finally appeared ahead, my legs were nearly numb. My breath was ragged, my throat was bone dry, and my lip was swelling up from the cut. I ran straight into the middle of the adults and told them everything. I described his throat slit gesture in detail, using both my words and my hands. My grandfather didn't ask many questions. He and a few other men in the family grabbed their rifles and headed toward the river path. The atmosphere turned incredibly tense. They searched for 2 hours. When they came back, they shook their heads and said no one was there. They found no suspicious signs at all. When my mother heard this, she sighed. She looked at me with a stern expression and said I was probably just panicking and letting my imagination run wild. "Look at how you've hurt yourself just being so worked up," she said. Of course, I argued back immediately. I tried to explain that I fell because I was running for my life, but she wouldn't change her mind. I turned to my cousin, hoping he would confirm what we saw. But he just looked at everyone and then at me with a confused expression. He scratched his head and said he only ran because he saw me running, but he didn't notice anything else. He hadn't looked at the riverbank, and he didn't hear the camera because he was too busy looking for bugs.
That was the moment I learned what it felt like to be completely alone. I stood there under the skeptical eyes of my family, feeling a horrible sense of helplessness. The thing I wanted to do most right then was kick my cousin. 15 years have passed, but I still remember every detail of that man's appearance and his gestures. I always think about those photos he took. I wonder where they are now. Am I sitting in some collection somewhere, captured in a moment of pure terror? I still go back to that campsite with my family every year, but I don't feel comfortable there anymore. I'm always on guard. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. The only thing I'm certain of is that it happened. It was real. I still have a small scar on my lip as a reminder that this memory wasn't just a figment of my imagination.
My name is Hal, and I am 30 years old. My girlfriend Emily and I are both freelancers. Our lives are never rooted in one place. We live full-time in our van with our 2 dogs, working and traveling across the United States. But sometimes, that freedom comes with risks I never truly expected. I will never forget the fateful day of January 24th, 2023. That day, we were camping in a very remote area in Texas. From early morning, the sky looked gloomy with heavy gray clouds. We turned on our NOAA weather radio to keep track of the situation. At first, we thought it would just be a normal thunderstorm, maybe a bit loud, but it would pass. But the air inside the van suddenly felt suffocating when the radio announced, "Tornado confirmed in the orange sector." Emily looked at me, startled. She rushed to check the weather radar on her phone and gasped, "How? We are right in the middle of that orange zone." I looked at her, worried and speechless. An orange zone meant high danger. A tornado was very likely to hit. We started discussing a plan to move, but everything happened too fast. The wind began to howl, and rain poured down like a waterfall, slamming against the sides of the van. Emily completely panicked. She kept asking me, "Where do we go? What do we do? I can't stay calm, Hal." Because Emily was so upset, I had to force myself to stay level-headed, even though I was just as terrified inside. Our 2 dogs huddled in the corner of the van. They could sense the tension and the danger in the air. I quickly assessed the situation. The only road out of the area was already blocked by fallen trees and flying debris. Initially, we decided to hunker down inside the van, hoping it would be strong enough to protect us. I pulled Emily close, trying to reassure her that everything would be okay. But that tiny bit of hope was cruelly crushed. The radio blared an emergency alert. "A large and extremely dangerous tornado has been located in the area. Complete destruction is possible. Take cover immediately." The phrase, "complete destruction," echoed in my head like a death sentence. Suddenly, the van didn't feel like a fortress anymore. It felt like a thin tin can waiting to be crushed. Emily began to sob, clutching me and the 2 dogs as if it were the last time. Then, the peak of the horror arrived. A strange sound came from the distance. At first, it was a low rumble on the horizon, but within seconds, it amplified into an earth-shattering roar. "What is that? Is that a train?" Emily screamed through her tears. The roar sounded like dozens of freight trains charging toward us at a terrifying speed. I realized that was the freight train sound people always use to describe a tornado. It was headed straight for us. The van began to shake violently against the force of the wind. Everything inside flipped over, shattering across the floor. I could feel the van being lifted, tilting to one side. In a split second, I realized staying in the car was suicide. The van would be tossed like a dry leaf, and we would die inside it. "Move! Get out now! To the back!" I yelled. Pure instinct took over. I threw open the back doors of the van. The wind immediately rushed in, blowing our belongings out into the storm. We grabbed the dogs and leaped out of the van into a storm that was tearing the sky apart. About 10 yards away, there was a shallow drainage ditch filled with swirling mud and murky water. We dove into it. I pushed Emily and the dogs flat against the bottom of the ditch and used my own body to shield them. In that moment, I heard the sound of metal being torn apart right above my head. The screaming wind wasn't just wind anymore. It was the roar of a monster swallowing everything in its path. Dirt, rocks, branches, and pieces of our van flew over us. I squeezed my eyes shut, feeling the freezing, muddy water soak into my skin, silently praying for a miracle. "You're going to be okay, I promise. We're going to make it," I whispered in her ear. It felt like it lasted forever, but in reality, it was probably only 5 to 7 minutes. The eye of the tornado passed, the train sound faded away, and all that was left was heavy rain and the haunting silence of a battlefield. When we slowly lifted our heads from the mud, the landscape was completely unrecognizable. Our van was flipped on its side, twisted like a piece of crumpled paper. Nearby storage buildings had been leveled into piles of brick and scrap. But somehow, we were still there. Emily, the dogs, and I, all of us were soaked, shivering, and covered in mud, but no one was seriously hurt. We held each other tight in the middle of the wreckage, crying tears of joy because we were alive. The decision to leave the van at the last second saved our lives. If we had stayed inside for one more minute, the outcome would have been unthinkable. In that life-or-death moment, love and survival instinct led us to make the right choice. My name is Sarah. It has been 3 years since that snowy night, the night that was supposed to be a romantic new beginning, but instead became a deep psychological scar that makes me afraid to ever open my heart again. It all started on a dating app. Among hundreds of profiles, he stood out like a classic gentleman lost in the digital age. His messages were polite, his vocabulary was sophisticated, and he had a charming old-school look that completely fooled me. We texted back and forth for an entire month before I finally agreed to meet him on an evening just before Christmas. I looked forward to that date like a child waiting for a gift. I chose a simple navy blue dress, put on light makeup, and felt my heart pounding as I walked into the small, candlelit bistro he had picked out. During dinner, his behavior was almost too good to be true. He pulled out my chair, listened intently to every word I said, and smiled with a warmth that made me feel truly special. We talked about movies and old jazz records. I thought to myself, finally, I found a decent man. After dinner, he suggested a walk around the historic district. That night, light snow fell on the awnings, and Christmas lights twinkled against the pavement while soft music drifted from the shops. The scene was like something out of a Disney movie, and I was genuinely enjoying every second of it. As we walked past a couple laughing happily on the other side of the street, he suddenly stopped. He pointed at them and whispered into my ear, "They are definitely cheating on someone. Look at the way they laugh. It's so fake." I froze for a second, intending to laugh because I thought he was joking. But when I looked into his eyes, I saw an extreme seriousness. His eyes were narrowed with pure contempt. I stayed silent and kept walking, trying to shake off the growing sense of unease in my chest. We turned onto a quieter street where the streetlights were further apart. He began to talk about his family and his childhood. His voice remained steady, but the stories started to get chilling. "My father was a strong man," he said. "Sometimes he hit my mother, but in the end, men have to do that once in a while to keep order in the house. It wasn't really that big of a deal." I stopped in my tracks and stared at him. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I grew up in a home where my father never even raised his voice at my mother, so these words were a horrible insult to me. I frowned and said softly, "No real man ever hits a woman." I wasn't trying to start a fight. I just felt it would be wrong to nod in agreement. I thought he might explain himself or say he didn't mean it that way, but his face transformed. His eyes narrowed and his jaw tightened. I knew he was angry, but I never expected what happened next. There was a moment of haunting silence, and then he suddenly screamed, "You don't know a damn thing!" The scream echoed through the quiet air, making me jump back in shock. Before I could say a word, his hand lunged forward. He gripped my arm so hard I felt like my bone was going to snap. A split second later, a massive slap slammed across my face. My ears started ringing, and I tasted the salty tang of blood in my mouth. I stumbled and slipped on the snow, trying to run away, but he was faster. He lunged at me, using his fists to strike my shoulder, while screaming nonsense and insane insults. The gentleman from an hour ago had turned into a monster with a face twisted by rage. I could only curl up, shielding my head and sobbing in total shock. I honestly thought I was going to die right there. Luckily, my screams caught someone's attention. A group of people walking nearby ran toward us. An older man rushed in and grabbed him, pulling him off me. A young woman knelt beside me and asked if I was okay, but I was too traumatized to answer. He was still struggling, his eyes darting around like a psychopath. But as soon as the older man yelled, "Call the police, right now!" he suddenly froze. He looked up at the snowy sky, let out a long, eerie laugh, and then turned and bolted down a dark side street. I stayed on the ground, unable to calm down. A couple stayed with me. The girl comforted me while the guy called the police and described what had happened. I felt ashamed, terrified, and furious all at once. The woman helped me stand up. She was kind and told me it wasn't my fault and that I didn't do anything to deserve this. The police arrived shortly after. I told them everything between gasping breaths. But when they asked for his identity, I realized with horror that I knew nothing. I only knew a name that was likely fake on Tinder, a burner phone number, and some vague details about his job. They said they would try to find him, but since he had fled, it would take time. I felt completely empty. I went home alone in the freezing, snowy night. The bruises on my arm and shoulder throbbed every time I moved, but the scar on my soul was the thing that would never heal. I opened my phone, looked at the dating app icon, and deleted it immediately. The police called a few times after that, but they were never able to track him down. To be honest, I don't know if they'll ever find him. All I know is that I will never forget that night. My name is Mandy, and I am 32 years old. My story is about a terrifying experience I had with online dating. Everything happened 3 years ago. At the time, I was living alone in a small apartment in Greensboro. Sometimes, the loneliness of being a single woman makes you make bad decisions. Instead of using Tinder or Bumble like my friends, I chose Facebook dating. I had a weird thought. The less popular the place, the fewer bad people there will be. After browsing profiles for a few days, I was impressed by a guy named Oliver. His profile picture was very handsome, a sharp jawline, short black hair, and a kind smile. Looking back, I realized that photo was too perfect. It looked like a stock photo downloaded from the internet. But back then, my loneliness blinded me. We messaged back and forth for 2 weeks. Oliver knew how to keep a conversation going, even though we mostly talked about boring things like work and office coffee. However, he always avoided personal questions with vague answers like, "My work is just really busy," or "I'm in the middle of moving." After 2 weeks, Oliver and I set a date to meet in person. We chose a local gastropub. Oliver arrived 10 minutes late. The moment he walked in, I froze. The man standing in front of me looked nothing like his photo. He was scrawny, his hair was thinning, his nose was sharp and bent to the left, and his skin was as pale as someone who hadn't slept in years. His shirt was wrinkled, and his shoes were covered in dust. He looked completely disheveled. Oliver sat down across from me and said very naturally, "You look even prettier in person than in your photos." He acted as if there was no lie about his appearance, behaving like we were old friends who had known each other forever. I wanted to stand up and leave right then, but I tried to be polite. He kept ordering drinks, cocktail after cocktail, then wine. I started getting tipsy before I even realized it. When I felt too lightheaded to stay, he paid the bill and insisted on driving me home instead of letting me call a taxi. I made a huge mistake by saying yes. The car ride was silent. When he stopped in front of my house, he didn't unlock the doors. Instead, he turned to me with a smirk. "Do you want to have a little fun before you go inside?" I immediately told him to open the door. but Oliver leaned in closer. The smell of alcohol and cheap cologne overwhelmed me. "Come on, Mandy, you've been flirting with me all week. Don't tell me you're backing out now." When I firmly refused, his voice changed completely. He sighed, but his hand stayed tight on the door lock button. "I don't get it. Why did you waste my time if you weren't going to give me anything?" I kept saying no and showed him how angry I was. Finally, he acted annoyed and unlocked the door. I scrambled out of the car and almost fell onto the sidewalk. Behind me, I heard him mutter, "Stuck-up bitch," before he sped off, leaving me shaking. I thought it was over, but it wasn't. The next morning, a bouquet of roses appeared at my back door with a scribbled note. "Sorry about last night, I was too drunk. Please forgive me, Oliver." I threw it in the trash. However, every few days a new item would show up. Chocolate, scented candles, stuffed animals. All of them came with apologies. At first, the gift seemed like a sweet gesture, but after a short time, they started to terrify me. The breaking point was when I found a bottle of perfume on my doorstep. It was the exact brand I used back in high school, a detail I had never mentioned to him. In that moment, I realized a horrifying truth. He wasn't just following me. He was digging through my trash, or maybe even sneaking into my backyard to watch my private life. He even sent me a text threatening to give me a surprise at midnight. I lived in fear, but I was also full of rage. I didn't call the police right away, partly because I was embarrassed and didn't want more trouble. I asked my brother to help me change the locks and install security cameras, but the feeling of being watched stayed with me. The gifts kept coming. Finally, I decided I had to end this myself. I borrowed my brother's handgun and took a photo of myself cocking the hammer. After printing it out, I wrote a note in red ink. "The next time you step foot on my property, this is the last thing you will ever see." I put the photo in an envelope and placed it exactly where Oliver usually left his gifts. The next morning, the envelope was gone, and so was Oliver. He never came back. For a long time after that, I lived with a mix of relief and fear, worried that the silence was just the calm before something worse. 3 years later, fate brought me face to face with Oliver again. While I was having dinner with my husband, I saw Oliver standing at the bar. He was already thin, but now he looked even more gaunt and aged. When he saw me and realized who I was, he hurriedly threw cash on the table and ran out. I didn't feel happy or victorious. I just felt a cold shiver run down my spine, thinking that out there, on some dating app, another woman might have just swiped right on him. I could only pray that she would never be foolish enough to get into that car, and that she would never have to live in fear like I did. My name is Lena. I'm 32 years old and live in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm told I'm attractive and I'm doing well financially, but I'm still single. Unlike most women, I have a deep obsession with flowers, but not in a good way. They remind me of a relationship that killed my ability to trust in love. When I was 26, I lived in Mason Ridge, a small town in northern Ohio. I had just gone through a painful breakup after a 3-year relationship. I found a new job at a local art gallery, and my life was finally starting to feel normal again. Then I met Ryan. He owned a small flower shop called Hale's Blooms. Even though it was tucked away on a street corner and wasn't very big, the way Ryan designed and arranged his shop was incredibly eye-catching. One afternoon, I stopped by the shop to buy flowers for an upcoming art gallery opening. That was the first time we met and had a chance to talk. 2 weeks later, Ryan asked me out to dinner. Things moved very fast. He made my life feel bright again, as fresh and gentle as the flowers he gave me. We started dating. The first 3 months were a beautiful dream. Every single time we saw each other, Ryan gave me a perfect bouquet. He took care of me the way he took care of his tulips, meticulously, carefully, and sometimes a little too intensely. Once, Ryan looked deep into my eyes and whispered, "You don't ever need to change a thing. You are exactly what I like." The first sign of rot appeared in the 4th month. One afternoon, I dropped by the flower shop without calling first. When I walked in, Ryan wasn't at the counter, but I heard him in the back storage area humming a sad, dark tune. Ryan was standing perfectly still. The floor was covered in carnations. He was clutching a bouquet so hard his knuckles were white, staring at the flowers with a look of pure disgust. When he saw me, he forced a smile, but it disappeared a second later. He looked back at the bouquet, his face twisting in anger. "These aren't right," he muttered. Then, he suddenly snapped a stem, then another. He kept doing it, faster and faster. "Ryan, why are you doing that?" I asked, my voice shaking with fear. "I hate things that are ugly and wilting," he said. His words froze me in place. I just watched as he broke every single flower. When he was done, he looked up at me with empty eyes. Then, he smiled and went back to his usual kind self in an instant. He walked over and gently touched my cheek. "You are so beautiful, so don't worry. I will never break you." A shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't tell if that was a romantic promise or a threat. After that day, Ryan began to change. If I didn't answer his texts within a few minutes, he would send dozens more in a row. He started showing up at my office without warning, saying he just wanted to make sure I was okay. He called constantly to ask what I was doing and where I was. His attention didn't feel like love anymore. It felt like control and obsession. One night, I was exhausted and fed up, so I canceled a date with him. I called my 2 best friends, Alicia and Ben. They had been telling me to break up with Ryan for a long time, and this time, Alicia was firmer than ever. We met up and made a safety plan for the breakup. I would meet Ryan to end things, while Ben and Alicia watched from their car parked right across the street. 2 days later, I went to Ryan's flower shop. When he saw me, he looked thrilled and ran toward me. I cut him off before he could say anything. "Ryan, I can't do this anymore. We need to stop seeing each other." Ryan stood still for a few seconds, staring at me. His happy expression twisted into a distorted, jagged grin. "When you say things like that, you look really ugly." Before I could react, his hand shot out and gripped my throat. I panicked, clawing and struggling to get away. But the more I fought, the tighter he squeezed. My vision started to go dark. "You have to stay beautiful. I won't let you wilt," he hissed through his teeth, his eyes wide and insane. Just as I was about to pass out, the door burst open. Ben and Alicia charged in. Ben tackled Ryan, tearing his hands away from my neck. Alicia grabbed me and screamed that she had already called the police. Ryan struggled and screamed in Ben's grip. "She's mine! She's my flower! I can't let her wither!" The police arrived quickly and restrained him. Ryan never stopped screaming. At the station, I found out Ryan had a criminal record. 2 years earlier in Columbus, he had nearly killed a woman after she broke up with him. Because his family was wealthy, they hired expensive lawyers, and he only got probation and mandatory therapy. This time, there was no way out for him. The court sentenced him to 12 years in prison for attempted murder. I spent many months in therapy after that. The sensation of being strangled haunted me every night. It took years of treatment to learn how to breathe normally again. 5 years passed, and I moved to Cleveland, thinking the ghost of that night had finally faded. Until one day, I got a message from one of Ryan's former employees. He told me Ryan had been released early for good behavior. He had opened a new flower shop in Akron. Not long after, he started dating a girl named Elise. But a week ago, Elise was murdered by Ryan. She was found in a bathtub with her neck snapped. Hearing that story made me tremble as the horror of that night came rushing back. I was inches away from suffering the exact same fate as Elise. Ryan is now locked away in a psychiatric prison, likely for the rest of his life. The doctors concluded he has a severe personality disorder. To him, people aren't human. They are just flowers to be preserved and controlled.
My name is Joseph, and I'm 22 years old. Something happened 3 years ago that still sends chills down my spine every time I think about it. After I graduated from high school, I decided not to go straight to college. Instead, I started working at bars and pubs around the city. My original plan was to work for just 1 year to save up some money, experience the world, and then figure out my next move. But the year flew by quickly. I got used to the work and the rhythm of the nightlife, so I decided to stick with it. I started as a server, then learned how to bartend, eventually became a shift lead, and finally made it to general manager. This industry has a strange pull. It sucks you in before you even realize it. 3 years in the bar scene was enough time for me to see almost everything. I thought I was tough enough to handle any situation that could happen in a pub, until St. Patrick's Day last year. That day, the bar opened at 10 a.m., but I arrived early to get everything ready. As soon as I pulled up, I saw a massive crowd gathered outside. Most of them were men, and many were clearly already buzzed even before they stepped inside. They were laughing and shouting, their voices mixing with the music pumping from the surrounding bars. Almost everyone was wearing green, sporting Guinness logos and wearing pointy leprechaun hats with fake orange beards. Some people even wore plastic leprechaun masks, bright green, distorted faces with frozen, creepy smiles that were both funny and unsettling. In my line of work, remembering faces is a vital skill. It helps you track how much someone has had to drink so you don't overserve them. But that day, hundreds of people looked exactly the same in a sea of green outfits and fake beards. Just looking at the crowd made me exhausted, and I had a bad feeling that this shift was going to be rough. By the middle of the shift, the bar was packed to the brim. The music was blasting, glasses were clinking constantly, and the mix of laughter and screaming created a wall of chaos. I was moving non-stop behind the bar, pouring beers, mixing cocktails, taking cash, and answering questions. Suddenly, a guy approached the bar. He was wearing one of those plastic leprechaun masks that covered his entire face. Unlike the cheap, flimsy ones, his was thick and hard. The eyes were just two deep, dark holes, and the smile was fixed in a terrifying way. He stood right in front of me without saying a word, just staring at me through that green plastic. I asked him what he wanted to order. He mumbled something, but between the loud music and the mask, I couldn't hear him. I asked him to take the mask off so he could speak clearly, but he shook his head and signaled for me to lean in close. When my ear was just an inch away from the plastic, he whispered in a cold, thick British accent, "A pint of Guinness." If you know anything about Guinness, you know you can't pour it all at once. I tilted the glass to a 45-degree angle, filled it about 2/3 of the way with the dark liquid, and set it on the counter to let the head settle. This is a standard process that takes about 119 seconds to get a perfect pour. But when the glass was only partway full, I saw him start to get agitated. He waved his hand aggressively, his anger very obvious. "Hey, you trying to rip me off? Why is it only half full? Give it to me now." I tried to give him a professional smile and explain that the phone needed to settle. He cut me off, his voice dripping with hatred. "You're mocking me, aren't you? You think I'm some kind of idiot?" He started spiraling out of control, shouting insults so loudly that the customers around him began to back away. I knew that serving this guy more alcohol would only make things 100 times worse. I took a deep breath and used my most polite manager voice. "Sir, I'm afraid I can't serve you anymore. I need you to leave the bar immediately." In that moment, everything changed. He went dead silent. No more screaming. He just stood there, looking at me through the empty eyes of that mask. Then, in a voice that was terrifyingly calm, he said, "I'm going to kill you." I thought I had misheard him, but he kept going in that same flat, steady tone. "I'm going to wait outside until this place closes. I'm going to wait for you to walk out, and then I'm going to kill you." I live right around the corner. I can go home and get a kitchen knife in less than 10 minutes. I don't care about the cameras, and I'm not afraid of getting caught, because by then, you'll be dead, just like you deserve. For a few seconds, my mind went completely blank. I was still holding the unfinished glass of beer, and my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I tried to pull myself together and instinctively reached out to rip the mask off his face. I needed to know what he looked like so I could call the police, but he moved fast, backing away and dodging my hand easily. He raised his hand in a small, mocking wave goodbye, turned around and disappeared into the crowded room. I immediately stepped out from behind the bar and asked a coworker to cover for me so I could go find him. I pushed through groups of people, checking every leprechaun mask and every green painted face, hoping to recognize his build or his movements. I searched for 15 minutes, but he was gone. In that sea of identical costumes, he had vanished like he never existed. The rest of my shift was the longest night of my life. Every time someone in a leprechaun mask walked toward the bar, my chest tightened with fear that he had come back. I kept checking the clock, counting down the minutes until closing time, and worrying about the walk to my car, the dark corners, and the empty spots on the street. His words kept looping in my head, especially the part about the knife. For the first time in my life, I truly felt like my life was in danger after work. It wasn't just a random thought. It was a heavy, cold fear that made my hands shake even in a crowded room. When the bar finally closed, I didn't dare walk to the parking lot alone. I asked a coworker to walk me to my car. I scanned the area intensely, watching every shadow in the distance. It wasn't until I was inside my car with the doors locked that I finally exhaled. I barely slept that night. I imagined every possible scenario, from his waiting at my front door to the police knocking the next morning. However, the next morning, I woke up just fine. There were no reports of an attack, and no one was at my door. I was safe and able to go to work like any other day. I never found out who he was, and I'll never know if he actually meant to follow through on his threat. Maybe he was just a drunk guy talking big who forgot everything the next morning. But maybe things almost went a very different way. The thing that haunts me the most isn't the threat itself. It was the absolute calmness in his voice. I don't work the St. Patrick's Day shift anymore, even though the pay is better. And every time I remember that night, I'm just thankful I made it home safe, and I'm still here to tell the whole story.
My name is Elaine. This happened 6 years ago on St. Patrick's Day when I was 19. The whole city was dyed green. I was out with my older sister and a few best friends, starting the night at a packed Irish pub. People were wearing clover hats and green scarves so loudly that you had to shout into someone's ear just to be heard. I drank a little too much at the start. I wasn't blacked out, but I definitely had a buzz going. When the group decided to head to a second bar, I tapped out. I had an early shift the next morning, so I figured I'd had enough. Around midnight, I told my sister I was heading home. My apartment was only a few blocks away, and the streets were crowded with holiday crowds. I figured walking alone wouldn't be a big deal. The March air was cool and crisp. Music spilled out of the bars and mixed with the voices of groups passing by. I stopped at a 7-Eleven on the corner to grab a bottle of juice. As usual, there were some sketchy-looking guys hanging around that corner, but I lived there and was used to it, so I didn't think much of it. However, as soon as I left the store and turned onto a deserted side street, the silence became eerie. I heard footsteps. They weren't the casual steps of someone taking a stroll. They were heavy, deliberate thuds right behind me. I looked back and froze. A large man was walking straight toward me with a look in his eyes that made it clear I was his target. My breath caught in my throat. Instinctively, I pulled out my phone and pre-dialed 911, but I didn't hit call yet. I tried crossing the street to see if he was actually following me. He crossed immediately, staying right on my tail. At this point, the road was leading away from the busy downtown area. Turning back meant facing him head-on. I had no choice but to run. I ran as hard as I could in my high heels. The sound of my heels hitting the pavement was sharp and loud, mixing with my heavy gasping. He sped up too, his heavy boots thumping right behind me. In that moment, I went into a strange state of shock. My brain laid out a plan. I had to beat him to my front door. But one thought was even stronger than the fear of being caught. I cannot let him see my door code. If he gets the code to the building, I'm dead. It's strange how in a life or death moment, my mind focused entirely on those 4 digits. My building didn't use physical keys for the main entrance. You had to punch in a code to get into the lobby, and then use a key for your actual apartment. As soon as I reached the door, I spun around. I used my hand to cover the keypad and used my whole body to block his view. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with the numbers. I had only pressed the 2nd digit when the man slammed into me. He used his body weight to try and shove his way inside with me. Normally, I'm a pretty shy person, but in that moment, I snapped. I started screaming and cursing at him, using the harshest words I knew to tell him to get lost. He didn't look scared. Instead, he just gave me a disgusting, smug smirk and told a bold-faced lie. "No way, you know I live here too. Just give me the code, don't be so selfish." He kept laughing and pushing, trying to force me into the lobby. In a panic, I held up my phone screen with 911 ready to go, waving it in his face like a winning card. "Get away from me right now or I hit call and the cops will be here in 2 minutes." He looked at the screen, then at me. That confident, creepy smirk vanished. His eyebrows bunched up in annoyance. There was a long, tense silence. My heart was pounding and my whole body was stiff. Then he finally stepped back. Without saying another word, he turned around and disappeared into the shadows at the end of the block. I dove inside, ran straight to the elevator, and deadbolted my apartment door. I checked the locks 1,000 times, my limbs still shaking uncontrollably. I called my sister, but she didn't pick up. Terrified, I called my boyfriend. Instead of being worried, he just laughed it off. He told me the guy probably just liked me and wanted to tease me a bit. That heartless comment kept me awake all night, feeling angry and abandoned. The next morning, when my sister saw all the missed calls and I told her what happened, she went pale. She revealed a detail that made my skin crawl. Back at the bar, she had a terrible feeling about a man sitting across the room who wouldn't stop staring at us. When we compared descriptions, it was the exact same guy. She confirmed that the second I left the bar to go home, he had vanished too. He had hunted me from inside the pub and followed me for blocks, just waiting for the moment I was alone on a dark street. 7 years have passed since then. To this day, I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't been fast enough, or if I had been careless enough to let him see my code. I realized then that a woman's intuition is a life-saving gift, and sometimes pure rage is the best weapon against a monster. I also learned a hard lesson: never downplay someone else's fear, because behind a joke or teasing could be a dark plan that someone was lucky enough to escape by a hair.
So, I'm Tyler, and it's been like 6 months since everything happened. I fought like hell to make it back here. Even though I was physically okay, I was totally freaking out inside, and my heart felt ice cold. My girlfriend died right there during our picnic, and I saw her get murdered right next to me. My girl's name was Violet, and I was planning to pop the question. I'd kept it all on the down low, and everything was going perfect. One gorgeous weekend in November, Violet invited me out to Lake Berryessa to go camping. "Tyler, I'm so pumped. I want to see the gate to hell," Violet said. For anyone who doesn't know, the gate to hell is what locals call this massive whirlpool that shows up when the lake water gets high. This whirlpool was made by this cool overflow system that helps control all the extra water in the lake. We rolled up to the campsite with food that Violet made herself. "There's no one here but us, Tyler," Violet said, checking everything out with a big smile. I looked around too, and she was totally right. I joked, "I booked the whole place just for us," and we both cracked up. We ate and chatted, and I was about to finally do what I'd been thinking about for months. I dug into my pocket to grab the ring box, and my heart was racing so fast I could barely breathe. "Tyler," Violet called out, and I jumped, dropping the ring box. She reached out and grabbed my arm, looking confused as she stared behind me with wide eyes. "Violet, what's up?" I asked, turning around, and there was this tall guy wearing a black hoodie and sunglasses, so you couldn't see his face at all. He was holding some metal thing in his hand. Hey," I shouted, but he just ignored me. "Need any help?" I tried to sound friendly, but as he got closer, we saw that he was holding a knife. Violet was freaking out and holding my hand tight. "Call the police, Violet," I whispered while standing in front of her. But Violet looked totally frozen and didn't seem to hear me at all. We were kinda at his mercy, so it was probably best to just go along with what he said for now. I didn't want anything bad to happen. I figured this was just gonna be a regular robbery after handing over all the car keys, my wallet, and phone, but nope. "Tie up your boyfriend," that crazy man told Violet. At that moment, Violet was scared. Her face was pale, and she was shaking like crazy. Following the robber's orders, Violet tied my hands with my belt. Then, that bastard tied Violet up too. We were made to lie face down on the car hood, facing each other, and Violet just started crying. "Chill out. Everything's gonna be fine. I'm always gonna be right here with you, okay?" I tried to comfort her, but I was freaking out too. Violet bit her lip hard, trying to hold back her fear, and nodded. Those were the last words I got to say to Violet. She suddenly let out a scream of fear and pain as the first stab hit her hard in the back. The second, third, and fourth stabs came. Violet's screams got weaker, and all I could see were her eyes, filled with pain and despair, looking right at me. My heart stopped. I was breathing heavy, and my throat got all choked up. I couldn't say a word. A wave of horror hit me as I saw that awful scene, and my eyes filled with despair. I felt completely helpless. Pain and anger shot through my heart, and there was no way I could save the person I loved. I gripped the engagement ring box tight in my hand, like I was squeezing my own heart. That bastard stabbed Violet 10 times. He laughed and pointed at me. Just like Violet, he gave me 8 stabs and then casually walked away. I'd mustered up a little strength and tried to yell for help. A moment later, a dad and his kid who were fishing by the lake heard me and helped call the cops. My memory went blank right then. I woke up in the hospital to the gut-wrenching news that Violet had died from deep wounds and blood loss. The police asked me to give a detailed description of the killer. White guy, about 5 feet tall and around 170 pounds. Besides the black hoodie and sunglasses, he was dressed in all dark clothes. Oh, and there was this symbol on his shirt, a circle with a cross over it. That was all I could remember about the guy. According to the police, he was a serial killer known as the Zodiac. Violet and I were the victims of his third case, but somehow I'd made it through. After that awful shock, my mind went totally blank. Every night I was haunted by Violet's last image. Her desperate eyes and bloody body kept showing up in my dreams, and even when I was awake, I felt like a total zombie. My heart was ice cold, and any shot at finding joy again felt completely hopeless. I couldn't shake the guilt of not being able to protect the girl I loved. and it felt like a mental wound that would never heal. The helplessness, bottled up anger, and pain of loss were crushing me, making me feel scared and empty, not knowing how to deal with reality after everything fell apart. The story is based on a true tale about the Zodiac Killer's third case. On September 27, 1969, 22-year-old Cecilia Shepard and 20-year-old Brian Hartnell were on a romantic camping trip at Lake Berryessa in Napa County, California. They went through the most painful and terrifying moments of their lives when they ran into Zodiac, the most mysterious killer ever. Even though the police found some more clues the killer left behind at the scene, they still couldn't figure out who he really was, even now.
I'm a 36-year-old single programmer living in Florida, having a messy look. That night, I pulled a late one, working till 10 p.m. to wrap up a new project. My stomach was growling like crazy, so I walked over to the In-N-Out by my office to grab some dinner. After chilling and eating for like 30 minutes, I went out front of the In-N-Out to grab a cab home. Empty, quiet streets, late at night, really get people in their feels. I ended up thinking about my job and the whole single life thing. "Get lost, bitch," some guy was yelling and cussing, which totally caught my attention. Right by the little alley next to In-N-Out, a couple was having some drama, but it was all kinds of toxic. The guy wasn't just cussing her out, he was also pushing her around pretty badly. I was shocked, took a sec to think, and then just kept quiet. Figured it was their business. "Get out of my life. Why are you so damn stubborn?" The guy was totally losing it. Weirdly, the girl wasn't crying or acting hurt. She just kept saying sorry and barely pushing back. I couldn't just ignore it anymore, so I walked up and said, "Shouldn't do that to a woman, fam." The guy stopped as soon as he saw me. He went from all pissed off to kinda happy and confused, like he was about to say something, but couldn't. But in the end, the guy just took off, totally surprising me. He hauled ass, like he was trying to get away from something really bad. "You good?" I turned to the girl and helped her up. She was tiny and skinny, wearing a loose dress, with her long messy hair all in her face. After I helped her up, the girl got to her feet, said thanks, and brushed her hair out of her face. She had a ton of makeup on. Her eyes were super big, but her lips were the total opposite. Her face, neck, and arms were covered in a bunch of scars, long and short. Some were still bleeding from the stuff her boyfriend did earlier. Her breath was heavy and kind of forced, like she was pulling the person in front of her deeper into a trash can. Without thinking, I covered my nose and took a step back. The girl grinned and walked up to me, saying, "Thanks a lot." My stomach did a flip. No problem. And I bolted out of there before I tossed all the In-N-Out I just ate. I got home with that awful smell still stuck in my nose and feeling sick the whole time. I jumped in the shower real quick to shake off the tiredness and gross feeling. The next day was another long one, so I decided to take the bus home instead of driving. As soon as I got on the bus, I was shocked to see the woman from yesterday. She flashed a big smile when she saw me and waved. I was gonna turn around and get off the bus, but it was too late. The doors shut and the bus took off. I picked a seat as far from that woman as I could, but her eyes were still on me, and her hand was still waving with that weird smile. Everyone else on the bus was staring and talking about me, so I figured I'd just get off at the next stop and grab a cab home. After that day, I stopped taking the bus, but that was just the start. The next few days were full of crazy, creepy obsessions. The next day at work, that girl was waiting for me right in front of the office. As soon as she spotted me from a distance, she ran over all excited and eager. I froze for a sec, totally freaking out. Why the hell is she here? Facing the girl, I tried to calm my breath and keep my face cool. I've already said you're welcome, so we're done here. I hope this is the last time we cross paths. I just said my piece and rushed into the office before I could even catch my breath. That night when I left, I couldn't see the girl anywhere. I let out a big sigh of relief. As soon as I walked in and flipped on the light, my phone buzzed.
Hi, it's me. Come hang out for a bit.
The voice on the other end was a girl, all soft and sweet. I grabbed the phone, opened the door all confused. Why are you here? I said, totally surprised, while the girl just waved, all happy. Seeing the infected, gross wounds on her face totally made me feel sick. How do you even know my address and number? Please, I'm seriously asking you to stay away from me, alright?
What if I say no?
She challenged me with this sweet and cheerful vibe. She was getting more and more under my skin, pushing my patience to the limit. I stormed into the house and slammed the door, thinking I'd give her one last chance before calling the police. That last chance was the next day, right in front of the In-N-Out, just like the first time I ran into her. Anthony! She even knew my name and yelled it out. Get lost! I yelled, totally pissed off and fed up. The more she saw me lose it, the more she seemed to get a kick out of it, giggling and slowly getting closer. I couldn't control myself anymore, and for the first time, I actually snapped at a woman. I yanked her hair, all gross and dirty, and shouted, Get lost! How many times do I gotta say it? Then I went off on her just like that guy did that night, and I was the one watching it all go down. A strong shove sent me flying, and someone yelled, Knock it off, jerk! A young guy. I was all mixed up at first, then got pumped and ran off real quick, because I found someone to take her place. After I'd bounced, the girl got up, flashed a big smile at the guy, and you could see a couple more fresh scars on her face, bleeding. I am Maria, 37 years old. I've spent 20 years dealing with therapy sessions and popping endless sedatives. I guess I'll just have to stick with them forever. Sounds pretty rough and hopeless, but I'm one of the lucky ones out of the 50 poor souls taken down by that highway menace, Robert Ben. When I was 17, I met Mike, a boy from the next class, and fell for him real quick. But both our families were totally against us being together. When we were all about impulsive thoughts and crazy decisions, Mike and I decided we were going to run away from home. We planned to meet up on the highway, brought some clothes and cash, and figured we'd take off for a few days. Right at 9 p.m., Mike and I met up, and we hugged real tight, all hyped and happy. We kicked off the trip by hitching a ride with some trucker. The truck pulled over pretty quick, and the driver, all friendly, hopped out and asked us what was up. Well, what are you two doing out here at this hour? He was like my dad's age, had a deep voice, and his face was uneven. His mouth was crooked to the left. I'm Maria, and this is my boyfriend, Mike. Can you give us a ride to the next city on this highway? I got straight to the point. Awesome. Yeah, for sure. Hop in. The driver was cool about it and quickly jumped in to show us the way. I had barely taken 3 steps when Mike grabbed my hand and yanked me back. Maria, I think we should grab another ride. Mike was iffy and looked kind of freaked out. What's up, Mike? We don't have much time. You think our parents won't catch us here? I was rushing and getting a bit annoyed. But he kept staring at your boobs. Cut it out, Mike. You can't talk like that about someone who's helping us. I pushed the thoughts aside, didn't pay much attention to how Mike felt, and jumped in the car. Mike quickly ran over, hopped in the front seat to split me and the driver up. I shot him an annoyed look, and we took off. I could hear metal clanging together nonstop from the back of the car. Mike and I looked at each other, probably with that curious look, and the driver finally spoke up. "The door latch is kind of loose. Haven't had a chance to fix it yet. Hope it's not bothering you two." Then he looked at me and gave me this weird smile. No, we're good," I quickly said. "I still don't know your name." "Ben. That's what everyone calls me. Full name's Benjamin Wilson." I smiled back, but seeing how tense Mike looked threw me off. "What's up?" Mike heard me and jumped, then turned to look at me but didn't say anything. He pulled out his phone, and a few seconds later, my phone buzzed with a new message. "Maria, you hear someone moaning?" I froze, tried to listen real close, then out of nowhere, I could feel warm liquid on my arms and face, and a strong, nasty, fishy smell hit my nose. It took me a few seconds to turn to Mike. He was hunched over. His neck had a deep gash, and everything was covered in red. The driver was holding a sharp knife, just grinning at me like he was having a blast. I freaked out, mouth wide open, but no words coming out, and Mike's scared eyes were full of pain and hopelessness. "The truck's too cramped with two people," the driver said, then slammed on the brakes. I was dying to get out of there, wanted to run, but the car door was locked. "Don't do anything dumb, unless you want to end up like him." Immediately after speaking, the driver forcefully pulled Mike out of the car, further enlarging the wound on his neck. That was the last time I saw Mike. He got left on some empty road. I screamed, ready to fight back, but my weak ass just made him more excited. He popped open the trunk, and with one big push, he shoved me in, his bloody hands still all over me. I was freaked out. My body just froze up. This trunk was like a nightmare, full of chains, clamps, leather straps, all kinds of twisted stuff. There was a girl trapped by that sicko with all that stuff, and it was pretty obvious what he was planning to do. Just thinking about that stuff makes it hard to breathe. On top of that, in the corner of the truck, there was this girl, naked and tied up so tight she was bleeding all over. She was gasping for air, barely hanging on, fighting through the last miserable moments of her life. I was gonna take her place, and that's when my 7 days of hell started. Pain, fear, hate, obsession. But not once did I give up on trying to escape. One evening, I begged him to let me have my fave Popeyes burger, and maybe because I'd been good the past few days, he actually said yes. I used every bit of strength I had, just desperate to escape the chain, but my wrist got all torn up. I quickly ducked into a dark corner instead of running, because that sicko would have found me in no time. When it got light, I ran out to the main road, hoping to get help from people in cars, not trucks. I got saved and finally came to after 2 weeks in the hospital. I told the police everything I went through. Benjamin Wilson got life without parole, but honestly, that's nothing compared to the hell he put innocent people through. As for Mike, they never found his body. This story is based on a shocking case in the United States, where the perpetrator, Robert Ben Rhodes, was revealed to be a notorious and repulsive serial killer, with over 50 victims spanning 2 decades, from 1970 to 1990. On average, that means he would kidnap and murder 3 women every month. A former truck driver, he would often target victims along highways before taking them to the room right behind his truck. Robert Ben became a monster, largely shaped by his family circumstances and the disturbing things he witnessed as a teenager. Although he was arrested and sentenced to the maximum punishment, the pain and horrific crimes committed by Robert Ben continue to send chills through the American public.
Thank you for watching until the end. As mentioned earlier, our goal of reaching 50,000 subscribers in 2026 is still ongoing. If you enjoy these stories, please give us a hand and support us.